I, I don't know how to say this in a way that is not going to sound passive aggressive or sarcastic, but it is honestly okay. So are you so bots, are you gonna share the thingy? Okay, maybe I have to re-enable streamer mode. Oh, there I go. There we go. Okay, now let's start filling out the rest of these. Yeah, that's how I stim. Going in there, going in there, switching over to the RPG tab, making sure, yep, it looks like Smash Bros. Voice, everyone's here. Alright, I got that. Now I need to do the official twatter. Hmm? Yeah, that was cool of them, huh? We do? Ooh. Oh. Truly. Okay, let's take a snapshot of this page. Download that because for some fucking reason every time I just want to right click save an image, it decides to open it as a web.p like .webp thing. I don't know why. It really fucking sucks though. Okay. Being gay, doing crimes. Bringing that up so I can reply to myself. And let's get the soundboard. Okay. All right. So, how y'all doing? I'll finish getting set up. Let's go. Let's go. Oh no. Oh, by the way, speaking of work, do you still have slots open for Discord channel format? Oh, I'm trying to make a Discord server as for like a streamer community thing. All right. How much do I owe you for it? Um, hmm, understandable. You know, that's understandable too. Sometimes work be like that. And what's this? So, don't think that's anything to me, but I don't know. Alright. Boop, 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 boop. But yeah, just let me know whenever you got that set up, and I'll make sure to have something saved up for it. I guess just to start off, let me let me start off by making sure that I've still got all of the character questions here. All right. So, one of the things that I'm going to be trying to do is I'm going to be trying to keep a better eye on the questions and the statements that make up your myths and your identities as like your core central characteristics, because I feel like I should be trying to give you like plenty of chances at least to kind of pursue those, since it is more or less like the main way you can kind of improve. Let's see. Also, let me see if let me see if it is finally up. How you doing, Trove? Still unavailable, huh? Alright, buddy. You can take your time, I guess. Alright, so... let's see. Man, I always really know how to start these things off, don't I? So, let's see, that would be pretty much. Also, hey Racy, how you doing? Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I had something right. Imagine getting things working with other people takes a bit. A bit. Hmm. As a treat. Can have a little bit of stress. Nice. How are they? Good, 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 good. I didn't realize that was a thing that peanut butter was capable of doing. That's mm. What? All right. So just just to I'm saying these reminders equally to myself as much as it is to all of y'all. So again, the ways that you can improve here is by either if it's a mythos identity, you can improve it by investigating the core mystery of that identity and trying to find answers for that, and that gives you attention. If it's a logos, it's sticking with the statement made by sticking with the statement that is like the core of your identity when it is not in your best interest, perhaps, to do so. So, that in mind, I think we're about ready to start up, and I feel like I need some I feel like I need some nice like just low background music just to keep things going. Let's go. Hmm? All right. Hold on. Let me try enhancing the. I'm boosting up the uh, quality, or not quality, the boost. Is it? Oh, good, 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 good. All right. So, where was I? Those. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So right now, well, right now, I'm actually just going through adding things to playlist. Here we go. This will be. Yeah, that could probably work. I don't know how audible it is. I am trying to. For some reason, this website likes removing what I save to a playlist after, like, I go away from the website itself. So that's cool of them, I guess. Tabletop audio. So, uh, I guess the best way to start is by just getting into it. So, what do y'all remember of last time? Mm-hmm. So, you now have Manu Aristotle, and Well, you're in a bit of a pickle. Uh, because as we already established with the ending of the last one, they definitely know that their hostage is gone. So where are you going with your hostage? Or not with your hostage, with your now ex-hostage. Where are you going with Manu? Okay. I mean, I'll say that if you want to just stay in the car here, you can. I'm not going to stop you. I will say that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like this is me asking, what is the next step for you right now? Because again, keep in mind, I'm, I'm just gonna give you, I'm just gonna give you all, your group a new condition. This one is going to be called Hunted by Little Bar's Boys. It is currently a level 1 status. If it gets up to, let's say, level 3, then the boys will find you, and you will have to reckon with that in one way or another.
Back somewhere safe
Oh,
because
also,
it
I
could prove
just
to be.
realized that I hadn't had the desktop audio, so I don't think anyone in my stream could have even heard you. Whoops. That's my stream.
I think our best bet would be like Ara's place.
Okay. Okay. Uh, you're able to peel out of the shipping yard and you tear back through the city. You are heading further inland again. You pull away from the shipyard and you find yourself eventually returning to the small ethnic borough of Little Finland in the old city. You are now basically you've brought Manu right back to where to where y'all left last, and I am now ticking the hunted by Little Pars boys up to a level 2 status because the first place that someone would probably look is where they took a person from.
They didn't take them from Ara's house.
From Ara's house?
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to Ara's house. Okay, yeah. It should still be level 1 then. So in that case, you do head to a slightly different place. You are going to... Well, I mean, it's a pretty small place. It's just a flat, really. Uh, it, it takes a little bit of a slow, tense drive through the neighborhood to try and find the exact spot, because you're not perhaps the most familiar with the ins and outs of every little ethnic borough in the entire city, but you do get there, and you're able to surreptitiously bring Manu upstairs. Uh, I I believe at this point Ara is still at work, but you're able to be let in the apartment by Manu because, well, Manu would have a key to their sibling's apartment and vice versa. So you are now alone with Manu in Ara's apartment. It's a small, pretty unassuming flat. It looks like about what you'd expect a flat rented out by at least one, possibly more, working students. So it's probably a little subsidized. That's probably why it's actually not crowded in with a bunch of other tenants all trying to work together because, you know, apartment wage slaves. But yes, you have the place more or less to yourselves. What do you do? What do you all do?
First of all, I want to ask Manu, do any of those people have any idea you could possibly be here? Because we want to know if it's safe to leave you here.
Oh, at this point, Manu has been not like totally lucid the entire time because well, when you found them they were kind of like a little bit unconscious, just a little bit. But they've managed to get their senses a little better on the car ride over. Um uh, it's, um it might buy you a little while. I I know that Ara is not as well known in the neighborhood as I am, but she's not unknown.
Hmm.
I'm sorry to have gotten all of you in on this. I assume, based off where you've taken me, that it was my sister who hired you.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Hmm. Uh, I just hope this doesn't come back to hurt her. I had a feeling as soon as I saw the workshop that Carr was behind the break-in, but seems that he sold it off a little faster than I had hoped. I can't say for sure why they have bought this, or perhaps even if they have bought the Seppo, but I I think I have a good idea as to who might have it out for us.
Okay, would you elucidate for us?
Sure, could uh hmm, could you first tell me though who exactly you are? You seem to have some you seem to have some sort of strange qualities to you that I'm not totally familiar with, but they seem familiar. Who are you?
We're just contractors.
Contractors who can cloud someone's mind? Contractors who can crash through building walls?
Yeah.
Be
You
a
did
little
not
more
seem
subtle than that.
You did not seem super surprised that the guy that took you could rip a door off its hinges.
Oh, oh my gosh! Thank you, Brishy, for the raid.
Hi, Brizzy.
Does that was that Manu speaking?
No, I am not doing the character voice. Have you heard of the High Elves? I have not heard of the High Elves. Is it legal in their state yet, or should I like be hush hush about the High Elves?
They got that good kush.
Also, thank you, Fiva TV and Fenical, for joining the Warren. I hope you enjoy it here. There we go. But sorry. But yeah, we were just starting off the game, and actually, it occurs to me that now that we have a raid, it would probably be a good idea to actually introduce the characters, since there's kind of a lot more people here now. So just as a quick review for recurring people or for new people, hi, welcome to the game. This is a campaign we're calling The Right People. It is set in a system called City of Mist, a fantasy noir world where people, ordinary people like you and me, are touched by the powers of stories and folklore and fiction to have incredible abilities and destinies. I'm your host and GM. My name's B. You want to go down the line to give a quick intro of your characters?
Sure.
All right, you can start.
I am Hem. I play Park, who is a depressed barista who has been taken over by the concept of the Bermuda Triangle. They have a very cute dog.
It's true. They do have a very good dog. Noemi?
Hey. Hello, my name is Noemi. The character that I play is named Natalie, and she is imbued with the mythos of Elrond. Elrune. And basically she is a lady who can, to some extent, control plants. And she is a scam artist as well.
And for those of y'all in chat who aren't familiar with, I guess at this point, obscure Germanic, what was that, like 19th, 18th century literature?
Something like that.
Alrona is a story that has concepts of the mandrake, of dryads, of artificial humans, all kinds of stuff. But we also have one more character to introduce, Skylight.
Hi, I'm Sky. I'm actually ironically playing as technically myself. But I'm playing in a Big Daddy suit from BioShock. I doubt anybody really plays it though.
It's kind of an obscure game. I don't know if you would have heard of it.
Even though it's a masterpiece, I know nobody could have ever heard of it. My specialty is bees.
It's true. She has done a lot with bees so far.
Live bees. And I have a cute little child who oddly really likes their penguin hoodie.
Yeah. Kids. They be like kids sometimes. Alright. So, we had just in the last session, the gang had been hired by Aura Aura's daughter, or Aura, as her friends call her, to find her missing sibling, Manu. Manu was part of a group of engineers that had created something in a manner of channeling a similar sort of power, but in this case of a Finnish folk hero, and they had created a supernaturally versatile 3D printer. The printer got stolen at some point, and in the process of finding who stole it, Manu was abducted by the thief, a man named Little Par, who also has, again, similar powers. We've just successfully. Is it still abduction if it's a rescue?
It's a deduction, maybe.
Yes, we had just deducted. We had just deducted Manu from Little Par's gang in a warehouse down at the docks, and now we've brought them to Aura's apartment, and that's about caught you all up. So, all right, I don't totally know if I understand what it is that you say you're doing, but if Ara trusts you, then I suppose I will have to as well. Oh. Are you certain that you weren't followed here, right?
No.
No, you're not certain, or no, you weren't followed?
No, we're not certain.
That does not reassure me, but I do appreciate, I suppose, the honesty.
I'm at like an 85%.
I'm an engineer. 85% is about as good as 50%.
Then don't round. We're doing our best.
No, I apologize. It is my first time ever being abducted from being kidnapped, so I want to first foremost say thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Can I
I
get them like a bottle of water?
Yeah, sure. Ara is a college student. She has like just bottled water around. Uh, oh, I don't understand where it comes from, but I believe I have something similar to the three of you. Or my group does. But in the process of building the SEPO and what would become the mutual aid network, we found that we were getting pushback from a company in particular. It is a place, or it is a company called Corinth Construction. Have you heard of them?
Have we heard of
Construction.
If you want to have heard, let's see. So normally we have a handy dandy like a couple of pages worth of things that would be saying the quick and easy way to do everything. However, the website that we get that from is currently down, so we're all kind of lost, which is okay for these three, not as much for me. But you can give me like there isn't really a roll for luck, but I guess you can give me like a 2d6 roll, and if you have any tags that would make sense for like observational skills or local knowledge or anything like that, then you can add those.
Got nothing.
And I will say that this isn't like a super high stakes roll, so you don't really have to worry too much about failing it.
I don't think I have anything, and it's not super important that I know an obscure construction company, but I'll roll. That is a 4.
Right, so it is news to you, but you are... Hey, Daryl. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that... Do you pay attention to the names of companies that you don't directly go to on a day-to-day basis? I think for most people, unless it directly impacts them, it's not really something that a lot of people pay attention to. Corinth Holding and Construction. They have been trying to buy many parts of Little Finland, but ever since the network got started, people haven't been as eager to sell. I cannot prove it, but I think if anyone would have wanted this Apple to disappear, it would be Corinth Holdings.
Capitalism strikes again, ruining everything.
So is capitalism.
I mean, fun fact, one of the sample characters for this rule system is the Rift, the Rift being like people who are chosen by these concepts, the Rift of the concept of evolution. So there very easily could be a Rift of capitalism somewhere in the city.
Ugh.
I don't want to think about that.
Goofy.
I do not fear someone else using this apple. It doesn't really work without all of us. It admittedly is not very good science, not repeatable results. But we are more makers than we are scientists. We don't necessarily need to know how everything works as long as it works, you know? But if you can't use this apple without us, that means whoever would take it either doesn't know or just wants what it did for us gone. I don't know how to get in to where they would hold it, but I do know, I think I might know where it might where it might be. First, though, I need your assurances on something.
Mm-hmm.
Little Par and his gang, they'll be coming back. Maybe not here, but they'll be coming back the to the workshop, to the apartment, if not eventually here. I want you to promise that you can keep keep us safe from them before I can help you more with where it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can take you guys to our hideout.
Uh, running would be fine, but eventually I would have to come back here. The neighborhood still needs us, and without all of the engineers, we can't help them. Also, my apologies to anyone actually from any part of Eastern Europe. I have like maybe 2 Eastern European accents, 3 if I'm being super generous with what I call an accent. So, uh, this is gonna be Hollywood, Eastern European for the most part. Anyway. Y'all still there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Alright.
So I will need to check if there is a root system, but will it be possible for me to take Manu temporarily back to our hideout quick, and it shouldn't take me too long to get back.
Alright. Let's see. I am going to say that I'll give you an option. You can either try to roll to use your powers in this instance to get there, get them in safely, get back with time to spare. I can also offer that you can do so without having to roll. It will still work just as safely. The only thing is that I will tick a clock as Little Par's boys first check the engineer's apartments.
Hmm.
And this is something that, although it's like specifically a choice ultimately for Noemi, this is something that as players you can all kind of talk out if you want to take the deal or not.
Mm,
I kind of want to say do a roll.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So I will roll for it then.
Uh, yes, I'll say. Let's see. I would say this probably because like you could probably not quite as quickly, but still pretty quickly like drive them over there. So this is more about being unnoticed than it is necessarily about being the fastest possible A
Mm-hmm.
to B. So give me a sneak around roll, and any power tags or weakness tags you want, you can apply them.
Okay. So let's see my sheet. So I'm applying my extend roots and vascular passenger powers on this.
Okay, so that's +2 to the result.
And I'm gonna do a roll here. And that is a 8 plus 2 would be 10.
All right, a 10 is going to be a full success. Oh, thank you also. Well, that's an interesting one. 213-231-69. Nice. For becoming a member of the ward.
Mm-hmm.
So, full success. What does it look like? I don't think we've seen this power on screen before, so what does it look like when Natalie is traveling using the root system? And what does it look like also when she's bringing along a passenger?
Right, so to start out, she sort of gets down on her knees and touches the ground with her two palms. And if she's bringing somebody, she asks them to grab onto some part of her. It doesn't matter what, just grab on.
Alright, they do. Also, I'm switching over to a slightly different song, but go on.
And from there, the people who are traveling are sort of decomposed into their component particles, and they travel along the root systems as little specks, and they reconstitute themselves above the ground at the location they're traveling to.
Huh. Well, that is very that's a very impressive spectacle here. Yeah, so your compatriots see you dissolve into the ether as you get sucked up by these just by these root system bursting through the ground as you get drawn through. The camera traces along that Byzantine mess of all manner of big woody vascular systems before finally you pop back out. And this is, I believe you said you were going to the hideout granted by your group identity.
Yes, that's right.
All right, so was this the one that was attached to Dunk Bucks?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so you can vaguely hear the noise of a slightly quieted down chain cafe. Is it above or below the Dunk Bucks, or like some sort of side room?
Mm, I think
I
the people that actually work there would know more about it.
I think we decided on like it's like a secret room in the basement.
Ah, okay.
It's like I
Yeah.
worked at a cafe with a secret
Like a
room in the
cellar.
basement.
Nice, nice,
Like a
nice,
cellar.
nice. Alright, well, yes, you can hear the sound of the Dunk Bucks Cafe running a slow evening shift at this point up above, and I guess you then just like dissolve back into the ether and just whoop on over again. Well, so your friend reconstitutes from particles. Your group is together again. What are you doing? What you
I
doing?
complain that, ugh, God, that takes a lot out of my back.
That is horrifying, but thank you.
Hmm?
Oh, we should text Aura.
All right. What do you text? It can be just the gists of things too, if you want to be vaguer.
Found Manu. They're in a safe place. Maybe stay with the friend tonight. Figuring it out. Winky face emoji.
Oh, yes.
All right, that's pretty good.
Okay, so now we don't have to,
Diffuse the situation.
now we don't have to worry about, Manu being abducted again, at least for a while.
Yes.
All right, so uh, you now have the start of a direction. If you want, you can just pursue that line of investigation. Like, you have the implication of Corinth Construction, or to use the full name, Corinth Construction and Real Estate Holdings. Most people just call it Corinth.
Of course they'd be landlords.
Hmm. So you have that name. If you wanted to, you could just ignore the stuff about the making sure there's no retribution for uh, de-abducting Manu. Or you can try to do that and spend time away from investigating where the Seppo went to try and, like, make sure things stay safe here. Either way, there's
We
a
could get
story to
Lil
be
Par
had.
arrested.
I mean, you could. You've got a fair amount of social engineering capabilities in your group. You probably could.
I mean, he's done many a crime.
Yeah,
In this situation alone, I
like
imagine
he's done at least
crime.
3 crime that we know of. At least 3 whole crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like, the more time we, do spend out of the investigation, the, more time they'll have to continue whatever plot they're up to. They might find a way to, activate this thing without having to, use, like, Manu and the rest of the team.
Hmm. Alright. So, you're starting off with keeping the promise then?
Well, I want to make sure that they are safe, ideally, because that was the job. But if they're selling this thing, it could happen any day. I do not like moral dilemmas, B.
Look, I gave you the option. I told you going into this was going to be urban fantasy noir. I said, hey, what kind of group of characters do you want to play? And y'all chose. Y'all chose to be the morally ambiguous thieves.
I get it, I get it.
Doesn't mean we like it.
Hmm.
Well, ain't it the consequences of my actions?
I hate that bitch. Also, I hope y'all like the waiting phase soundtrack that I've got on loop.
It's very good.
Let's.
I think if we do a good enough job at keeping the promise, we also find the machine, right? Right?
Yeah, I think as long as these people are active, many will never be truly safe. Like, they're gonna pull strings and keep pursuing him for however long they want.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, if they trace him back to our place, like, that's putting us in danger too.
Have we determined why it requires them to activate it?
Because it's not like a real machine. It's like a product of their rift.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like your
more
diving suit. It's not a real 3D printer.
like an
Physically
interface
impossible to
for
use.
things that already exist.
So it's not able to be used without them in the first place. At all.
Yeah, this is just them being left without their way to help the community.
Yeah, but we do have to. We're a little bit. We don't know how many, like, decent engineers this company has. Like, it's very possible that if they have knowledge of how this thing works, they could, like, totally, what's the word I'm thinking of?
Reverse engineered?
Yes, reverse engineer it. Like, even if it's a mystical thing, if they know how that kind of metaphysically works, they might be able to do it.
It's certainly possible.
I think our priority should be getting rid of Volpar, if that is a murder or arrest.
Yes.
Alright, so what's the plan?
So, I have what might be a really bad idea. Would you like to hear it?
Of course.
I'm wondering if this construction company is hiring. I'm wondering if we could possibly get in on the inside.
I like your thinking. I like your thinking.
Possibly, possibly.
Theoretically,
You
how
could
are all 3 of us
certainly.
gonna be hired?
Oh, I don't know. No, I'll say also, just as a fan of your characters, that one of the options that you have as well is you can always use actions to discover new actions. Oh, what I mean is in the sense that, like, if you feel like you don't have enough information to figure something out or to solve a problem, you can always, like, do rolls to uh, find out information that you could use, or to convince people to help you, or stuff like that.
I mean, did we see any evidence of crime when we were down there other than the evidence we stole of the person they kidnapped?
Um,
Did I just make an anonymous tip to the police?
I mean, you could certainly try, sure. Let's see. So, I'll say that there's a little bit of information that you can glean from what you remember. Let me see if I've got that all set here. Ew, gross. I'm not using Microsoft Edge.
Yo. Microsoft Edge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, Epitome. Alright, so... So I can say without the roll because you would basically be able to just like you would have seen the name like on the warehouse itself, so you could just check from there. I believe that it was. Yeah, I believe it was Agena. Aegina, Agena Shipping. I mean, it sounds like a company. I can give you more information for a investigate roll.
Okay. I don't have any tags that help with this. I'm going blind.
Okay.
That is a 9.
Okay. So a 9, that is mixed success. Okay. So, that means that you get the one clue, which again, you can spend either to get a answer from me that has to be honest about a question, excuse me, or a solid lead that you can act on. And then you also choose one of the following three, or one from the following three things. Your investigation exposes you to danger. The clues you get are fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false. Or whoever or whatever you're asking the questions of or to can ask you a question as well, and you must answer just as honestly.
Oh, all of those are so very bad for
Mm.
me personally. Um, I guess the last one.
Okay, so how are you looking up Agena shipping?
Uh, Ask Jeeves.
Alright, so, what is a question that Jeeves would want to ask you in return?
What's this wacky 16 digits on the front of that plastic card? And the crazy
No.
3-letter code on the back.
I could like
Imagine if search engines worked on the law of equivalent exchange.
I we could go to the library and look up their like you can get like records. There's some records that are like public, right?
Yeah, I think so.
If it would make this easier, we could go to the library and a librarian could ask me questions.
Yeah, I think that you're able to go to like a because like I want to be I'll be honest, I want to be gentle with this one. Uh, so you're able to go to essentially the business bureau in town. Like they keep track of all of the employers and they handle that kind of bureaucratic work. And I mean, through the power of Hollywood editing and also the fact that you're just very good at being not particularly noteworthy. That's kind of your thing. That you're able to find someone that you can ask about this, and you ask the clerk here, and so the answer to your question is Agena Shipping is a company that does small time freight shipping that was about a couple of years ago bought up by Corinth Construction and Real Estate Holdings. So, in essence, it's a shell company.
Of course.
And let's see, I think the question the clerk would ask you in return is Corinth. Are Didn't they open that new casino in town? And again, this is truthful to the best of your character's knowledge.
I don't know what state we're in. I don't know if we can have casinos.
Oh,
Since we're
you
not in a
don't
state.
know what state the city is in? That's ridiculous. Everyone knows the city. Everyone knows it
Of
so
course,
well
it's
we
in
don't
the
even have to use the name.
Stage.
It's just the city. Like, if you lived in a place like New York City, you wouldn't say, oh yeah, here in New York City. You just say, here in the city. Because everyone
Yeah,
knows.
and
Here in
everyone knows and loves
Redacted.
the city named sports team.
We
Mm.
totally have gambling law. I say, oh man, I don't know. I can't keep track of all the new stuff opening. It's a lot. There's so much here, you know?
Right, right. Oh, maybe it's just the same name. Uh. So that is me being as gentle as possible and giving you another potential lead. So,
You make me talk to a stranger.
I know, how dare I? So you now know that Agena Shipping is a company owned directly by Corinth Holdings. That Corinth Holdings also owns a casino, and you know that it seems like, from what you heard earlier, Little Par's gang had brought the Seppo to the Agena warehouse.
Okay, so these people likely have it. But is it still there is the main question.
I'm shrugging.
I felt it. When will VTube Studio allow for a shrugging parameter? Give the people what they want.
Well, if I wasn't too lazy to draw the extra body parts needed, I could probably just rig it myself.
A shrugging animation.
Yeah.
Oh god, now I want to make a shrugging animation. This was useful information, but not for what I'm doing.
Well, let's say, while Park was out doing this, Natalie and Skylar, do you want to have been doing something at the same time?
Yeah, we're weaving baskets.
Okay.
Why would we? What?
I mean, if you want to,
I
sure.
am not being serious.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was
Understandable.
like, wait, what? What does that mean? What?
No, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It would mean that you're weaving baskets. Maybe some underwater basket weaving. I don't know why that joke stuck with me, but for some reason, ever since Little Animal High School, I distinctly remember, like, underwater basket weaving, in parentheses, derogatory.
I don't know the reference.
I don't know either. I've never learned the reference. But, please, do carry on. Oh, and also assume that any information that any of you will find during this time, because this is the modern age and you all have cell phones, you can basically just say that anything you learn, you can then assume the rest of your group also now knows.
Okay.
I'll just be vibing to the downtime music in the meantime. Just let me know.
I've got a brain fart today, so I can't think of anything that normal people would be doing.
That's fair. Another thing that I can say that you could also be doing during this time, if you don't want to, uh, do anything active, you can also do downtime actions. Let me get that out. So,
Is that the thing that lets us improve a skill if we like?
So, downtime action options are things like give attention to one of your Logos themes, basically checking back in with your identities, affirming that, strengthening it. Work on the case more, which would gain you +3 clues with a method and a source based on how you describe it. Explore your mythos, so kind of just the mythos equivalent. Tell everyone at the table which mystery you're exploring and how you do so. You gain one clue with a method and a source based on your description, and you mark attention to that mystery's theme. You can prepare for the next activity. Tell everyone at the table how you prepare and choose one of the following options. Recover all of your burnt power tags or gain 3 juice with the method based on your description. You can choose from the effect improvements under the change the game move. Recover from your last activity. For each ongoing status which still affects you, I can tell you if and how it can be reduced during your downtime and by how many tiers. Or I can allow you to reduce any or some of your statuses by 1 tier for each relevant tag that you have. So if you have a tag that would make sense with how you'd be able to reduce it. And then anything that y'all choose to do for downtime actions, there's also things that I can then do in response. So if you don't want to do active actions, you can also do one of those. And I believe y'all have the player move document, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's the one that's just like 2 pages long. It says player moves at the top of the first page. It's all on the second page of that one. And like, if none of those work, I can also just make things happen.
So I'm going to say that no. Scratch that. Still thinking.
Alright.
Which are we looking at right now? Oh wait, I think I found it. No, I didn't.
Hold on, I might be able to add that directly into the player resources if it's not there already.
No, stupid me has everything as numbers and letters instead of naming everything.
Yeah,
I don't know
that'd
what
probably be a problem.
1HGXG9175914 is. And I have 113 PDFs.
Oh, hun.
I
Why
had
do
to
you...
reset the PC, so I didn't
Aw.
think to
You've
fix
got to
everything
learn to
again.
love yourself. You gotta learn to love yourself more than this.
What was the name of the thing that you spoke of? What was the name of it again?
Um, let's see. It is called City of Mist RPG Player Moves .pdf.
Oh, time to explore my way through.
Well, in the meantime, while y'all think, I'm going to experiment with some of these others because, like, I should make it clear. I don't like listen to all of these songs that I put on loop. I'm basically going into them blind based off the descriptions and seeing what sounds like it could be kind of cool to use.
Mm-hmm.
So let's try this one. Oh, now this is starting off real quiet. Oh, oh, kind of like a Stranger Things. Okay, I can dig some synth. Yeah, this could work. So I will say that unless there is some kind of like direct preparation made to address this, there's well, I guess if I'm sticking with the cinematographic things, as you're doing this, the camera is probably interposing parts of your downtime montage activities with scenes back in the shipyard district. We see Little Par's gang being angrily shouted down by the man himself, and we start seeing them head to cars driving off, spreading out through the city towards Little Finland. So they're coming, whether you prepare or not, and eventually, if left to their own devices, there's a pretty good chance they'll find you. Or at the very least, they'll find where you've been, which could be just as bad. Oh, I could not have cued that stinger better.
Hey.
I feel pretty good about that one.
So I've decided what I'm gonna do here.
Okay.
So I'm going to start preparations, prepare for your next activity.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to booby trap Ara's place and basically make it into like a nightmare plant version of the Home Alone house.
Oh, okay. I can dig this. So like I mean the vine to tripwire and snare, that makes perfect sense. I uh can you give us can you cut me off a piece of what it looks like when you're setting these traps?
Yes, so I am basically using both plants that are nearby and plants that I grow using seeds that I have on hand.
Right.
Spread various configurations around the place. Some of them trip, some of them are sort of poisonous in different ways, like there's ivy and hemlock, stuff like that.
Oh man. 2 hemlock? Oh. Whew. That's a lot to handle.
Yeah, and there's also some more generic vines and such that are designed to fall down on people and activate my powers of making them sort of mind-numbingly angry and simultaneously cursed with misfortune.
Mm. I'm loving the mental image of Natalie setting Venus fly traps, like just bear traps throughout the hallway. I do enjoy this. All right, so since
Yeah, so
I'm pretty sure you don't
even if
have.
we've left, I can be pretty sure that they're going to be investigating this place, and
Mhm.
when they do, they will not have a good time.
All right, so I'm pretty sure that you haven't burnt any of your tags that you would need to recover. So that's just straight up 3 juice that you can use to change the game later.
All right, nice.
All right. And Skylar, anything you want to do for downtime?
I am not very good at picking things.
Is there anything that outside of specific actions that you'd like to do that I could try and figure out how to well, that I could try and figure out how to codify in the game? Like outside of like the specific terms that we've been throwing around here, what would you like Skylar as a character to do in the moment?
I was thinking about like trying to like mess around with one of my like mythos, but I don't know how that would incorporate well.
Oh, we can still work with that. So let's see. Let's see. Let me bring up the questions that we have for your mythos.
So I was like, oh well, if I keep on bringing attention to my suit, maybe I can burn one of the weaknesses, and then my suit would get better.
I mean, it's quite possible.
It was either that or I was going to say I could talk to my child who I haven't seen since the beginning of the storyline.
You could also do that if you want.
What does the attention do, though?
So when you get 3 attention, that means that you can improve a theme, which basically there's like little upgrades or advancements that you can make to just make using that theme work better, do more for you. So I'll say this: you can either have a moment of you can either have a moment of uh, trying to investigate your mythos identities, or if you can't think of or don't feel like doing that, then just have Akari give you a phone call.
Hmm. Mm. You make a hard case here. I was trying to think of a storyline of why I was messing around with my mythos, but I could not think of any storyline.
So you've got the two mysteries. I think the one for your diving suit is what does my mythos want me to find beneath the depths? Which could be literal depths, as in, you know, underneath stuff, or it could be metaphorical depths, like something hidden, uh, something secret. Then the other one, I think, I believe that question was at what point do I change, can I change myself enough that I'm no longer a person? I think it was something like that.
Hmm. Sorry, meeting at the same time.
That's alright. I'm
Um,
drinking at the same time.
I was hoping. I was trying to think of how I was going to take out my suit and try tinkering with it.
Yeah, I think you could do it like that. Because from the sounds of it, it's not really something that you usually actively put on or take off. So, like, since it kind of just comes fully on you, I think to an extent, it's possible that Skylar hasn't really actively tried to figure out how it even works.
There's no meal choice. I'm just letting you.
I like that idea. I want to tinker with the suit.
All right.
How do I tinker with a suit? No idea.
So, first it is, so tell everyone at the table what mystery you're exploring. We figured that out, and how you do it. Figured that out. So you gain one clue based off of based off of the description of what you're doing here. So this is a clue related to the question posed by your mythos. Um, so yeah, you can use that clue either to ask me a question that I have to honestly answer, or to give you a solid lead. I will say the one question I do not have to actively directly answer is the question itself. So you can ask me any question relating to that mythos, except what does my mythos want me to find beneath the depths?
Hmm. I think I'd be better off with just getting a lead.
All right. So, uh, as you're using some of the tools, which conveniently enough, we've kind of established are a part of the suit too, you're peeling back bit by bit some of the heavy layers of reinforced hide like leather, uh, this sort of retro futuristic artificial leather type of material. It's not quite leather or it plastic. It has that kind of flexibility to it though. It's much sturdier than that though. It takes quite a lot of effort even with the power tools to start really scratching the surface of it. Uh, but you find eventually beneath that there is you find a looser bit of the section of the fabric underneath, and you feel underneath that it's like a engraving, not something done by hand, but something done by a machine press, that sort of etching. Very mechanical, very impersonal. And as you're pulling back the outer skin of the suit to see it, you can see me. Okay. You see some. You see the name of something. It is March Walker. Then a serial number. USNK VS 0032. And I'll type that out in chat because I channeled some sort of story specter into my body, and I don't actually know everything I just said. Okay, I think that's what I just said.
It was very close to what you had said as I was trying to listen to it and understand it. I completely misspelled your first word.
That's alright. It's not a word that, my face got transmogrified into an emotion again because I pressed a button. It happens sometime. But yeah, I don't think this is something that you've necessarily seen before, but you now know that to some degree at least this isn't something that is wholly new to you. It's like this is something that you inherited one way or another somehow. But yes, that's what I have information wise, and now that I've typed it out, I guess that's gonna be the canon message. You can just you can just like ignore chat if I said something different in the VOD because I certainly won't remember. Uh, Again is March Walker, USN KVS 0032.
I got it.
Okay.
Gucci.
All right, and that also means that mark attention on that theme. Then if you get the 3 attention, that means you will have leveled up, or you'll get a advancement on it.
Can you edit these after you draw on them?
Um, I think that's a possibility. If not, then it is something that will be able to.
It looks like I can.
Oh,
Hopefully I'm correct.
I guess we'll be.
Pick a color I can actually see though. I don't even know what color that is.
That's smart. I'm updating my own notes too because I decided, hey, I'm trying to put in effort here. I should probably keep notes on the things I fucking say instead of just playing tabletop RPG Oracle of Delphi and randomly vomiting out whatever the muses fill my heads with. Anyway,
Okay, my mouse is currently deciding it doesn't want to do whatever I tell it. I'm trying to draw a circle. Wireless mice suck compared to wired one. That or my old, like, 7-year-old mouse. Just, I gotten too used to it.
oh, I hope I picked something that I can actually make that into. Okay, good, thank God. I had a terrible thought that what I was trying to imply in part of that serial number wasn't actually something that existed, but okay, I've got to start. I can do it. Anyway, that's not important right now. It's a problem for future B to figure out. So, y'all have gotten a lot of progress done. Uh, Park, I think jumping back to you with the camera perspective, it's probably on your way back from the city business records bureau that you see some of the people that you recognize from the Agena shipping warehouse. They are walking the streets and coming in and out of some large SUVs throughout Little Finland. Uh, how do you? I'll leave that up to you three. You're able to use cell phones. You can coordinate. I'm not your mom. I'm Venti's mom, but I'm not any of your moms.
You've yet to prove that you're not my mom.
Yeah,
Hmm.
no proof.
I mean, I guess you have a point, but it would be kind of weird if I was your spouse and your mom. Because I don't want to Oedipus.
uh, we got like a group chat, right?
Yeah, you could have a Slack or a Discord, texts even.
Let's have a Discord because it's easier to keep safe.
Is your Discord actually called like the right people or something like that?
Nah, it's got to be called something innocuous like
True.
uh, CS:GO buds. We play shooters together. Um, I just type the boys. Period. The boys are looking for us. Period. Uh, What do? 3 question marks. We didn't get spotted by many people there, did we?
Just the one. And who knows how much brain damage he has, so...
Let's not think about that.
Actually, you know what? I usually am not allowed or have to roll anything in this game, but just for the sake of getting the dice out, uh, let me do a quick little roll for this guy. I won't tell you the result, but
How bad an assault did I do?
yeah, let's see how much brain damage. First, let me see how well he's gonna recover from the anaphylactic shock, I guess.
He seemed fine when we saw him. I don't know how anaphylaxis works.
I
know if
don't
it can
know.
like come back.
I don't know how that kind of allergy works either.
You are supposed to go to the hospital after you use an EpiPen. The EpiPen is like a so I don't die immediately thing. And you said his EpiPen was maybe expired. I don't know.
Yeah, it only lasts for a little bit. After the effects wear off, you're right back to the part where you're dying. That's why you have to go to the hospital. It's very temporary.
Alright, well. Okay, so, I won't tell you what he rolled. But I now know, if he survived without any permanent brain damage, so that's good for me, I guess.
We at least know if it was a funny roll.
I mean, I was only rolling 2d6s, so I couldn't get 420 or 69 or 8085.
I feel old for knowing some of these references.
There's a Daryl cat in my chat. Alright. So. Oh. You know, that's another thing that I should roll for. Okay,
This is sounding scary.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Ignore the number of dice I'm getting. It's fine. It's
It sounded like a
Be
lot of
little
dice.
cryptic, as a treat.
That was the sound of a lot of dice. I'm
all
concerned.
right. So, the floor is yours. I will say though that the clock of Little Para's boys will find you is up to 2 of 3 now. Because they are very close. They haven't found the building yet, but they are pretty close. I'm going to say that having pointed it out, Natalie and Skylar, you can literally see some of these SUVs just slowly sort of trawling the streets.
Weren't they like on their way out anyway? After the booby trapping?
I mean, if you want, you can walk out to see them, sure. I don't think anyone saw Natalie at any point in time, so it's just up to her to... Uh-oh.
I mean, they have probably left this. The people are definitely going to check this location.
Mm.
I'm gonna head to the Dunk Bucks, and I'm gonna text that.
Okay.
Ow.
Ow.
Hmm?
My phone decided to just scream in my ear.
Oh.
Huh?
So you return to the dunk box. Before I start working on that, where are Natalie and Skylar going?
Am I allowed to head to the Dunk Bucks so I can grab a lot of coffee?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you work there, so I don't see why not.
I mean, I can, I've gotten there before. I can, take us there discreetly by using my powers again.
That's true.
Hmm.
So if you're okay with that, we can head on over there. Maybe try to drop a little bit of heat.
I'd be down for that.
All right. So then roll me sneak around.
Okay. So I'll be sneaking using the extend routes and vascular passenger abilities. So that's 2. My dice roller. Here we go. So that's a 7 plus 2, which is 9.
All right. So on a 9, that is going to be a mixed success. Hmm. Oh, this is one that I get to choose ones for. Ooh. Hmm. There we go. Let's see, which one do I want to do here? Okay. Where are you doing the vascular travel from? Where's the starting point?
So we're attempting it from the backyard.
Okay. So I'm going to say that as you are doing this vascular system warp again, you you're drawing yourselves into the root system. It's all going pretty well. The plants are being a little more reactive to your usage of them than normal, though. Uh,
Hmm.
and the plants at the entry point, they are just enormously stimulated. They, in that a burst of reactive energy from just absorbing in your essence, release this cloud of pollen into the air. And the cloud of pollen, the camera cuts to a separate viewpoint. We see rising above the fence of the apartment's yard, and we see one of the thugs noticing that. So they don't know where you have gone, but they know where you have been. Or at the very least, they know where some. I can see in chat. I read chat, dear. I know that you're eating cold pasta. There's no shame in that. You're allowed to eat cold pasta if you want. Also, hey, Abby. So, yes, they know something unnatural and attention worthy has happened very recently in this little lot. They don't know what, they don't know where you've gone, but they know that someone important was here. Anyway, you emerge, I imagine, from one of those tiny little bushes that they have, the stiff-limbed pricker bushes that they have around buildings like Dunk Bucks. You know the kind of bush I'm talking about, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So, you head inside. All three of you are here now together. You have a. Do I mean a hedge? I guess? Uh,
Yeah, we thought we would hedge our bets.
uh, so, anyway, uh, you have arrived. You go in through the front, I assume. Or is there some secret entrance into just the base part? Because otherwise, you will have the guy who is technically your boss uh, that will probably notice the two of you who kind of work here.
I want to come in through the back door that like you take the trash out of in the
Okay.
basement.
All right. Uh, well, they're the Dunk Bucks. This is like the and this is something that, as someone who's worked in a cafe, you can tell me. Obviously, there is the morning rush in a coffee shop. Is there like is there like a rush hour kind of rush?
It's I've only worked in cafes in like really busy areas, so from
Mm-hmm.
like 9:30, probably like there's like trickling people in until like since you open, and then at like 10 o'clock, 10:30 till like 1, it's
Mm-hmm.
like a bit shitty, and then people start to trickle out. But if it's like in a quieter spot, it'd probably be like 11 to 12:30. It would be annoying, especially if we have food.
All right. So this is like at this point, this is fairly decently into the afternoon, I think. So uh, yeah, pretty low activity in the coffee shop. Let me switch over to that soundtrack. Like, there's a couple of customers that are doing most of the talking because, of course, they're like some of the only people in the house right now. Naturally, they feel a little more emboldened to not be as general courteousness as to not talk at normal volume in a public restaurant. You know, customer things. Can you imagine being a customer? Ugh. Anyway, you're able to sneak inside without much of an issue, and heading down into the basement. Uh, did we ever discuss what exactly you put in your secret base, other than your de-abductees?
We did not speak of this.
Alright, well, what does it look like down here?
At a Cassius special brew.
Oh, okay.
There's definitely like a coffee machine that the owner like told us to throw away, but we like fixed up and just keep it here.
That makes sense.
Probably not too much. Maybe like a laptop and like some cushions.
Alright, so Manu has just been here the whole time. You didn't really tell them necessarily where they are or like what's going on, but being recently kidnapped makes you kind of perhaps a little wary of going out into places. So they've just been kind of hanging out down here.
They've got coffee and day-old croissants.
Yeah, yeah. It, it's like a house pet, you leave the food out for them.
You go to work.
Yeah. All right. So, uh, oh, you're back again. Uh, how is it going? Did you find any way to deal with them?
Sorry, I had to yoink something out of the oven.
No problem.
Uh, we have a little more information about the situation. Uh, we have a very short-term solution. It is Home Alone themed. Um, uh, things have gotten a little bit more complicated. The shipping yard that they brought you to is definitely owned by the company. Yeah, we booby trapped your sisters apart.
Did you did you tell her?
We told her not to go back to her apartment. Not specifically why.
All right.
I mean, the traps are like mostly annoyances. Like, they're not going to be lethal. Like, she will have a bad time if she shows up there, but she's not gonna get like badly hurt.
All right. I, I
There
hope
was a
the
man
other
recently.
students aren't going back there then.
You can't like breathe in the pollen from hemlock, or you need to be like put on a respirator.
Oh. Am I gonna have to start singing "Toxic" at you, Hemlock?
Yeah. If there's hemlock in your yard, don't mow it, cause you'll die. Use
I mean, I wouldn't
pesticide.
want to mow you in the first place. That's very rude, and also, you're spoken for. That would be completely out of bounds. I don't know if mow is something that is at all innuendo, but it felt like the kind of verb that could be.
It could be. I can see it.
All right. So, so how how are you dealing with her?
I was thinking calling the police. Which is not very ACAB of me, but I think it's our fastest solution.
Hmm.
I don't know, like, that could be a liability. Like, we don't know if there are people in the force who might have connections to this company who might, like, inform them of
They do
these
own
things.
a lot of shit in town.
Mm,
Ugh.
but they've been involved in a while. Uh, the school, they have not been actively funding us for some time. I looked into it. That was the first time I encountered Corinth, uh, who have offered a very generous endowment to the school. That just so happened to be when they also cut off funding for my group.
That's petty as shit.
Hmm.
I do not know if you can do anything to him, but there is a man I remember from from those days when Corinth was not as actively trying to sabotage our group. Oh, oh no, the window, it got suddenly closed. Quickly, bring it back. Oh no, this is terrible. Truly terrible. Ah, I cannot believe this happened. There we go. I start again. It's no problem. Also, I hope you all enjoy one of the three Eastern European vaguely-ish kind of voices I can do. I got this one, maybe two, three, pushing it, two, probably. Also, I don't know why I continue drifting further and further into Slav, because they are not Slavic. So let me try to, hold on, let me, mm, 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 mm. All right. Okay. I think I have successfully reeled back in the Slav a little bit. I'm going to see how long I can keep the Slav out of my vocal cords. We will see. Anyway, there was when I first complained to the college, there was a man there who was doing the paperwork. Sinclair. Raymond Sinclair, I think. Or at the very least, that was the name that uh, his lawyers said. Raymond Sinclair.
think maybe we could get through him.
I think maybe he. I think maybe he was involved in some way. Sinclair, you see, was the name on the endowment. The Raymond Sinclair Endowment for STEM field studies. I think from what I saw that Sinclair is in some sort of important position in Corinth.
Okay. Do you have any idea how we could get a hold of him?
Oh, hold on, I figured out how to load my previous playlist. Now to go back to continue playing the exact same thing I played. Anyway. Well, do you have a computer? That I can use. I felt a little weird just using the gesture to the computer that was just left there. Plus, I'm an engineer, but I'm not the hacker. I don't do passwords. Other people's passwords. I'm, look, I've had a long day. I've been kidnapped twice now. I just want to make sure I don't get on any more wrong foots.
Alright, I'll log into the computer for them.
Alright, oh, you see they type away something, and now I may be crazy, but I think Sinclair might be something of an important person in Corinth. And he shows you the Google page, and in the Google search results for Raymond Sinclair and Corinth, you can see Raymond. Sorry, why? No, yeah. For some reason, Raymond as a first name felt viscerally wrong, but no, that is what I named him. You see that Raymond Sinclair is listed as the CEO of Corinth Holdings.
Oh. This feels a little outside of our pay grade.
Well, I let me present you with a choice. Actually, wait. Oh, I don't need to. Okay. Alright, so, you don't necessarily get a choice at all for this.
Oh,
Natalie, when you use your powers, do you have any way of knowing what's going on at the other end of the plants that you control?
Not like telepathically. I would have to be holding on to something that's somehow connected to them. If I don't have that, I can't know what's going on.
Okay, then I don't have to tell any of you anything for that. Nice.
maybe something happened. Maybe it didn't.
I'll never tell. But actually, I will explicitly tell if you decide to look into it. But, uh, look, I don't know what it was that my sister was going to pay you, but uh, we we can double it. Um, you you can you can use the sepal within reason. We just need that back. It's it's the lifeblood of our neighborhood.
Hmm.
And again, you don't strictly have to do anything.
I mean, we did technically finish the job, but we can't really leave things this way, or one of them is just gonna get fucking kidnapped.
That's true. So, well, how about we break this down into the two things? And I'll tell you just in broad strokes what some possible outcomes could be. The first is the issues with Little Par and his gang. Uh, if those don't go addressed, then eventually they will be able to either find Manu, find you three, or just take their frustrations out on some loosely connected third parties. Then there's also the issue of the Seppo. Nothing's stopping you from walking away. It's just up to you to decide if this is worth sticking your neck out for. I can tell you, from what you've heard, the neighborhood won't survive without the network. And if the neighborhood doesn't survive, seems like there's a company that's perfectly willing to buy people out. And one tiny part of the city gets destroyed, gentrified. I suppose technically no one would necessarily die, but it wouldn't exactly leave a good taste in your mouth, I'd have to imagine. Also, it might start going into a certain thing that you have as a group identity, because the weakness of the right people as a group is the fear of becoming the bad guy. So I'll let you think on that for a moment. How y'all doing, chat? While I let my players stew a little bit. Check Discord quickly. Okay. Hanging in here listening to your friends squirm. It's very cute. I agree, my friends are all very cute.
This is rude.
Hey,
Being rude to
I have seen your flesh face, I can say that.
me.
What?
You're fucking cute. Fuck you.
Fine, but I'm taking you down with me then, punk. What is this one? Oh, Dark City. Yeah, I guess that works. Let's see. Alright. And again, also, like, out of character too. If y'all are struggling, I want to be a fan of you all, so if there's something that you have a question about, or like you want to bounce ideas or ask questions about how you could like do X, Y, or Z, then yeah, I'm not so married to the idea that everything I do has to be in character, which really, if you've watched any of the prior two streams of this instance of the game, you'll know is very far from the case. I want to make sure that y'all have fun and are able to succeed, or at the very least fail interestingly.
Yeah, I don't think I would be able to not interfere further. Like, I would not be able to leave it at this, but I cannot think of a good resolution to this.
To which one of these?
The whole dealing with a large semi-evil corporation.
Oh, that one I can tell you that if you start digging, you will find solutions, because keep in mind that a big part of this game is now built into the assumption that y'all are phantom thieves. So I'm absolutely going to be playing into that. This is as much a game about being thieves pulling off heists as it is being private investigators. I can assure you, if you go digging into the specifics of how you could potentially pull off this kind of heist, you will find answers that you can act on.
Okay. I vote for further meddling.
right.
Here I'd go meddling.
Okay. And Natalie?
Hmm.
Was that
Yeah, I'd say yes.
All right.
We meddle.
Very good. So I don't have to mark a crack in the identity that you have together. Good. Also, just big shout out to y'all for making it something as easy to invoke as fear of becoming the bad guy. Very, very useful. Alright. Also, I mean, the corrupt fear you, and if all else fails, you've got a mysterious patron. Remember, y'all, you do have that fourth theme that you can work with here of the right people identity itself. So, let's see, how would be the best way that I can invoke this here? I think that you get a buzz on your phone. It's a message from Audra. She's gotten back. Where are you? Is Manu safe?
I am going to reply, we're back where we met. Manu is with us and safe.
Good idea not being too specific.
Let's keep it as vague as necessary.
The message, see the Aura is writing prompt, and I know my neighbors already told me. They ransacked the house. They didn't get too close, but my neighbor said that little Bar was there, and he looked very angry.
Not surprised there.
I want to ask, do you have a safe place to stay?
I think so, but I haven't been able to get in touch with the engineer students, the others in the apartment there.
Damn it.
I think the police car might still be around. I do not know though. I don't feel safe to go back anywhere close to check, and whatever the reason, they don't want to answer the phone right now.
I have at least one of their numbers, right?
I believe so.
I want to just quickly message one of them. Sup, nerd.
Let's see, so you get a typing out response. and it finally finishes. Can't talk. I can
do a Hakko
can't
shit.
talk. I can hear them in the common room.
We probably can't get there in time, right?
I don't think so.
Anything is possible.
I
Keep in mind that there is moves that are specifically for something like this. Like, for instance, stop holding back. When you use your powers in a new and never before seen way or scale, tell me what you want to achieve, I tell you the sacrifice it will take from you, then you roll. So, if you did that, I would say that you have at least 2 party members that would be capable of warping the distance to get basically anywhere, at the very least, anywhere they're familiar with.
Hmm?
Well, actually, wait. Is there teleportation in Bioshock? Hmm.
Not that I was aware of.
But
Also, I cannot think of an object that would allow that I could sacrifice to teleport.
Abby says yes, there is. Uh, it's tied to the Vita chambers. Oh,
Oh, you mean, but that requires you to die in order to use it.
that is rather
I'd have to literally
inconvenient.
kill myself to force myself to teleport somewhere else.
But we have the vascular root system travel. Uh, then you also have the Bermuda Triangle, and
I
we
do have a power tag that could be argued.
I would certainly say that, like, things disappearing and reappearing in improbable places is certainly something that the Bermuda Triangle is thematically appropriate for. And I would say that stop holding back would allow you to relatively safely use that as a form of travel. That's an option. There's also the option where none of you have to take such a big risk and you're able to rush there through conventional means. Things might happen in the meantime, but I can give you the guarantee that there will be a trail that you can follow if you want to go that way. And there will be no immediate casualties. But it's up to you.
I say I'll stop holding back.
All right. So, all right. So, let me qualify this a bit more because I'm going to say that in terms of speed, I think the stop holding back method would be, for either of the transporting characters, would be above and beyond in terms of speed. You would get there when you want to, not back in time, obviously, but other than that, you would get where you want to, and you would have the drop on them. I will say the next tier down would be using the more conventional aspect of the power with the vascular transport. I'll say that something will have happened, but you will still have a chance to intervene to directly stop the worst outcomes. Then the third way would be getting there just with the standard stuff of like cars and running, and you would be able to get there and have something that you can work with to figure things out and continue tracking people down, figuring out what happened, that sort of thing. So those are the options, both in terms of speed from fastest to slowest, and in terms of safety from most dangerous to least dangerous. I'm gonna take a quick little sip while I
How
give you a
do we
chance.
feel? I am willing to do something stupid to not deal with more hostage situations.
Yeah, I think we should at least like make an effort to try to get there ASAP. Sooner the better.
It would make a lot of sense.
Oh, by the way, with the preparations that you set, Noemi, I'm going to say that Natalie can apply up to 3 levels of a status effect. So it could be 3 different status effects, and these are going to apply basically just universally to Para's henchmen. It could be 3 level 1 statuses, a 2 and a level 2 and a level 1, or a level 3 status. Either way, it's going to affect basically all of them. Because I
Okay.
mean, your preparations did do something, even if you didn't actively like use the juice. That scene off screen did still happen, so I want to make sure that you're getting something out of that.
Okay, so how do the statuses work? Do I just like describe something that would happen and they get like a generic penalty from their actions from it?
So, the way statuses work is there is not exactly health in a traditional sense here, but everyone has, or all of the dangers, that being like just in general NPCs, any kind of NPC that could create a situation adverse to you that you could also then try to stop. They have something called spectrums, which says like once a status that affects X, Y, or Z gets to a certain threshold, they are taken out of the situation. So, for instance, if someone has a harm or disable spectrum of, say, 3, that means that once they have a status that would fall under the purview of them being hurt or them being incapacitated, and once that status cumulatively gets up to 3, they would be taken out of the picture. And depending on how you narratively describe it, Could be that they're killed, could be that they're knocked unconscious, tied up, that sort of thing.
Also, looking it up, there is a teleportation in Bioshock. Apparently, in Infinite, you can teleport short distances.
Alright. So that would fall short distances, I guess that would be a line of sight. So it would definitely be stop holding back if you wanted to try to use that for the long distance.
I was just mentioning I do have an ability. I don't know if somebody else has a much stronger ability. That would be a lot less disastrous. My luck with dice is 1 out of every 20 rolls, I might get higher than 3.
Understandably, once bit, twice shy.
My tags are incredibly vague, and sometimes that is good, and sometimes that is bad.
Alright.
I realized I didn't bring my kit with
Okay.
me.
So I think I'm going to inflict a misfortune tier 3 on them.
Ooh. Alright. Make note of that real quick. Thanks a little per thugs have misfortune in it. Alright, so that is a very potent one, it sounds like. Well, I mean, it's tier 3, so it would be potent regardless. And these, although they are, like, working for someone who is a rift, they themselves are not rifts. So it is going to be much more effective on them. They have no way to, like, mitigate this kind of magical status harm. So, yeah. I'm going to say that because there's a bunch of them, that would that would mitigate some of the damage. But since I didn't give you a chance to actually do this yourself, and because this is the first time that we're doing something with these rules anyway, I'm just kind of gonna go easy on it and have it be the full effectiveness. So... Oh, does the misfortune itself, would you say that it actively hurts or subdues them?
I would say no, but it would make actions that subdue or harm them significantly more effective.
Okay, so basically that means then, because I'm considering this a hurt or subdue spectrum and potentia, you could very easily take any of them out very quickly. And without giving away what their, like, quote-unquote health bars are, you could probably take them. All right. You were pantomiming me to flash you. I don't know.
To tuck me in.
Oh, okay. To be fair, chat, the hand gesture charades for tuck me in look very much like lift your shirt up to show me boobs. So you can understand my confusion here.
I can see that.
So, I return to the question, how would you like to get there?
I may be a gremlin, but I wouldn't ask for that on stream.
I don't know how much chat could hear that, but...
I
All of
could
it.
hear everything.
Oh, good.
I was gonna
I
say
mean,
we
I-
could risk me doing something.
I
What?
can try and teleport us too.
Alright, so you're gonna try to stop holding back?
Yeah, my powers are very specifically described as very difficult to control.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, with a tag like that, I think I kind of unfortunately have to say that that's going to be a -1 to it.
Have you seen the Dungeons and Dragons movie where
I have not, sadly.
oh god,
I know I'm
there's
a failure.
scene in I think the third one where a wizard teleports the party while like under duress
Yeah.
and gets her arm stuck in a wall.
Oh.
And that's all I can think of. That's all I can think of. It was horrific. It was the worst.
Well, I wasn't thinking of having telefragging be a risk, but what I'll say though is because I'm invoking the weakness tag of unpredictable here, that in return, that means you'll be able to mark a bit of attention on it. So,
Okay.
I'm going to say the risk is going to be significant. So, that means on a 7 to 9, you mark, in this case, it would be fade, or you mark fade since it's a mystery, so a point of fade on out of sight, out of mind. And you burn all of the power tags on that beam. If it's a 10 plus though, you only mark the fade on it. And keep in mind you can restore burned tags in downtime activities.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 2d6 minus 1?
It is 2d6. You roll plus your logos. So you have 2 logos, that's plus 2. Carry over the -1, so 2d6 plus 1.
Oh.
Give Hemlock your good energy, chat. This is an important roll.
These
Oh,
These dice have been pretty polite to me, and I need them to continue being so.
Alright, I will. Epitome, I see you. I'll. Alright. For suspense sake, I'm going to ask you to hold the results of the roll until I get back. Let's build up suspense, make the
I'll
chat
clean
sweat
up.
a little bit.
I'll clean up after my snack.
I'll continue to wonder why Minecraft sucks this much right now.
Alright, I am back at the desk. I am plugging in my earphones. Okay. So, what do we got?
I don't want to say it.
Oh, oh
Oh no.
Okay, it's a 6 plus 1, which could have been a lot worse.
no! Oh yeah, that a 6 or less could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, but we're about to go into battle, and my disarming skill is being burned.
Yes, but I will say, if that did not happen, then not only would you have to pay the price, but you would have lost control over the power or failed to use it as planned, and I would have to decide how and what the consequences of that would have been. So
Yeah.
it's very good that you got that up to a 7.
I saw the 1 first, and I was like, oh, I've killed us.
Oh
Need
no!
to make new characters.
If it makes you feel better, I rolled the dice just to see what I would get, and I got a 4.
Nice.
So we would have failed.
So, alright. This, as we've said, this is something you have never done before. Now, we saw in the first episode of the run here, we saw you use this power to teleport away a police officer's belt and equipment on it. Oh, that time, I believe you described it as looking like sort of a heat blur distortion in the air. What does it look like when that heat blur is enveloping 3 whole people and you're pushing it to a point where you're not totally sure if it's going to work? What's that like?
I feel like it would be similar to everything is like a Gaussian blur of your glasses have been stolen. The world is blurry and confusing, and you can't really focus on anything, and it's a very unpleasant power.
So we see this massive visual distortion. It becomes impossible to focus on seeing our three main characters as light is blurred and bent around them, as space is distorted and warped, and you feel a pulling sensation, and you can taste static on your tongue as you are pulled through space, blocks and blocks away through the city. And where are you landing? I'm going to give you this much at least, because you got a success. You're landing where you want to land.
I don't know if inside the apartment or like right outside the building would be better.
Skylar? Natalie? What do you think?
One does give us a couple extra minute to prepare. But the other option gets us right there, right then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it might add to the element of surprise to just like have you violently throw yourself through the doorway.
I can indeed do that.
Alright, so where is it gonna be?
Inside the apartment.
Okay.
We only have to explain it to the fucking students.
Okay. So, is this a position where you are going to have the jump on them, or is this like a position where they open the door and there's suddenly you?
Who do you mean opening the door? The students in the apartment or the people we're...
The intruders.
I mean, if they're still like looking around the common room, I guess we could just like guard the door, or if it seems like they're making their way in, just, open the door and let them fall. Cartoonishly as they try to break it down.
Alright. I think this would probably be... I think this would be at the point where the most dramatic thing I can imagine would be them opening the door, and there you are, right? You've got the jump on them. And fortunately for me, this isn't a system that really has, like, initiative or anything like that. It's basically, y'all do stuff, and then I do stuff in response. So, you have the drop on him here. How are you gonna start this off?
I mean, it would probably be best if Skylar suits up.
Okay.
That is a good idea. That's a good idea.
That's definitely something you can do.
But is there a way to incorporate bees? Just asking.
I
Do,
mean,
do you
I
have any bee fuel left?
I don't see why you couldn't. Um,
Yes. I
now,
should.
just to make sure, you you did want to be like BioShock in general, because you could still potentially pivot to be like some sort of bee-centric character as well.
Well, one of my powers is specifically my favorite ability is the bees.
That's true.
I'm just going with the narrative we made.
Yeah.
Plus,
Imagine if the diving suit was a beekeeping suit.
there is variants of each one of the armors. None of them are bee related, but give me enough time, I could draw one. But I do have access to, like the other 50, 60, 70,000 other abilities I could be using.
That's true. All right, so who's going first? Because if y'all don't want to go first, I guess I'll have to go first.
Oh, I'm putting on my flesh to bark. Gotta get this natural armor going.
All right. So we have someone who is in full on diving suit, arms crackling with whatever strange power they want, probably bees. We have another who is covered with skin made out of bark. We have a third now who is still trying to get the taste of static out of their mouth. As
I probably carry a pocket knife.
all right, but you know how it is. It's the ones that that look the least threatening that are the most dangerous. So who's acting first? Y'all have the opportunity, because there's going to be a moment where they're just very surprised by this, that you can then use that to do something without giving them a chance to do anything first.
Are they in our line of sight?
Yes.
Would I be able to just charge at them?
Sure. Absolutely.
I wouldn't be able to think of any power. Huh? Stop freaking. It's playing an ad. I can't even open my dice without an ad.
Oh no.
Oh,
Can we get some
I'm not
F's
paying
in
a
chat?
dollar. I'm not paying $1 just to have no ads.
Hmm.
The 2d6, right?
Yep. 2d6 plus however many tags you're using, or however many power tags you're using. Also, let me do one of these. I don't know if any of y'all could hear that, but
Nope.
let me play it again then, just to be sure.
How how much of a stretch would it be for me to be able to pull the power tag, impregnable armor, and it's a freaking diving suit? Just so I can, make sure it's a little more oomph with my dice rolls.
Alright. Is there... Let me take a look at the tags again.
If you want, I could make myself weaker. Because technically, if I do not have sight have ability to touch the child since we left him at home for some odd reason, it's technically always weaker.
I would say that you could, if you're doing this as an offensive thing, you could add in the small-sized weapons. So that would be a +2.
Hmm. What happens if I invoke my weakness tags again?
That reduces the like it's a -1 instead of a +1 for each weakness tag, and then you also get to mark a point of attention, I believe.
Good question. I should look at my notes and see if I've done this before because I
Yes,
feel like I've done this
so
before.
Oh, so it looks like that's something that I can pull on you. And like,
I cannot do. I see. Makes more sense then.
mm,
Hmm. A shame.
you know what? I can certainly pull that on you though if you want.
Nah, it's okay.
Alright.
Unless it also gives me an attention. I was thinking, like, what if I hurt myself to gain a little boost, in the long run? But if not, I could do the +2. I forgot.
Alright.
I'm guessing the diving suit and the smaller weapons, likely.
Yep.
We have to give me some luck on this. We both know my luck. It's not very good.
Everyone in chat, give her your luck. Mm.
It's because of the chat today that I rolled a perfect 12.
Hey!
Yay!
Hey!
Is that with the mods or do you have like a 14?
I somehow have a 14, and that sounds very scary.
I mean that is exceptionally good. So that was a hit. Wait, no, that was a go toe-to-toe roll. So, when you use your abilities to overcome someone or something in a struggle for control, state what your goal is. Your opponent can describe how they respond, and then you get to pick 2 of the following things. You manage to achieve your goal. Pretty straightforward. You get them good. You give them a status with a power of 2. Or you block, dodge, or counter their best attempts. If you don't choose that one, they can impose a status on you. So that's like the defensive additional thing. And you can pick 2 of those because you got a 10 plus.
Am I able to, in my charge, hit them? Like, at least knock them over or something? What does that count as? My goal is to just run at them, hope, like, to at least knock them or something? Like, surprise attack? Surprise.
Alright, so your goal is to try and take them by surprise to end the fight just as soon as you can.
That sounds smarter than what I was thinking, yes. So we'll do that.
Alright, and what is the what is the weapon, the small weapons that you've integrated that you're using here?
Make a good point. Probably should not use the drill this time.
That could
Would be
that
for
could
her.
make things particularly lethal, but it's up to you. I don't know how
Trying to think,
bloodthirsty you're feeling.
trying to think of probably the Alpha Series' glove.
All right.
Just a giant ass metal glove.
No, that works though. That definitely works. So you rush in and you land a good solid. You just they open the door and here's someone in a full heavily armored diving suit that just bum rushes them. The camera cuts back to seeing down the hallway that the thugs came through, and you just see them comically knocked backwards, just flying across the hallway. They smash into the wall and they just fall over unconscious. Uh, Thanks to the very misfortunate way that they collided with the wall, they were basically out with a single blow. And you have successfully taken out two thugs basically instantly here. There is one third thug currently in the kitchen, and that thug pulls out a small pistol that they aim at you. Who's going next?
Okay, well, his attention is focused on Skylar here. I am going to wrap my plants around my fist like brass knuckles
Mm-hmm.
and rush him with a punch.
All right. Give me. Yep. Give me a go toe-to-toe roll, and add in
Okay.
any tags that you can apply here.
So I'm using my arboreal overgrowth and flesh to bark powers simultaneously here, so that's 2.
Mm-hmm. And I can't really apply indiscriminate anger or heavy population here, so.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. The roll is 8, so that's 8 plus 2.
So a 10 total? Okay, so pick 2 of those 3. You manage to achieve your goal is 1. 2, you get them good, giving them a status equal to 2, equal to power 2, or you block, dodge, or counter their best attempts, and you can pick 2 of those.
Okay, so I'm going to say it succeeds and I counter, which means I managed to accomplish this before he manages to fire.
Yes, so you just rush over her before he's managed to draw a bead on your friend, and you just smack him right in the solar plexus. The needles on your vine brass knuckles, the thorns on your vine brass knuckles just digging in, and a few of them come off when you pull out, but uh, he too doubles over in pain and blacks out. You now have an apartment full of unconscious thugs.
Where are the students?
The the one student who was at home during all of this, which again is poor Daniel. Like this dude has been through a lot. And you see, like, he just wide-eyed opens the doorway to the bedroom. You hear a couple of locks being undone first, and you see he just kind of peeks out, like, okay. Did... Wait, it's you guys again? Who are they? What is happening?
Have you seen any more of these guys poking around here?
Um, I think I saw a couple. Uh, I saw Par coming out of a SUV from the window out there. He points to the common room with 5 guys, and that looks like 3 of them. I don't know what happened to the other 2.
Great.
Out of curiosity, as players, would you prefer if I suggest possible ideas like a little tabletop RPG clippy that you could do, or would you prefer that I just leave it wholly up to you to kind of spitball ideas?
Given all of our awkward pauses, I think you're good to offer up ideas. But I think this implies that they might be bothering other students, or they left.
Alright. I will offer suggestions. It looks like you are trying to see where the other 2 thugs are. Would you like help with that?
Yes, please.
You can sneak around if you would like to investigate a potentially dangerous environment. You could also investigate if you want to try to find the answers to uncertain questions.
I can sneak around. I love to sneak around.
You're very sneaky and be.
I love to sneak around, inside, up, down.
Sneak up to sneak down. Sneak around, sneak around.
Exactly. Okay. I'll go on a little recon. Gonna give Derek some finger guns and then immediately invoke difficult to look at and go looking around.
Alright, you see he kind of like raises a hand awkwardly and then goes cross-eyed as you activate the power. So give me a sneak around roll and can add any relevant tags to that.
Oh no. My second die jumped out of my box.
Oh no.
Okay. That is the big ol' 6 + 1.
Alright. So this is one where I get to pick something. So you're able to find the information that you're looking for first. So you're sneaking around to see like if these guys are potentially somewhere still nearby, if that is if they are gone somewhere else. You're trying to figure that out. I am going to say, looking at my options again. This is a tough one.
That does not sound good for us.
Hmm.
Okay, I think I've got an idea. As you are relaying the message back, there is a alarm that goes off on your phone. You see your phone happily chirping the message of and the alarm is labeled DOG needs to go out. And while the thugs don't see you, they do hear you and now have their pistols drawn. They can't see you right now, but they are coming down on the hallway towards where you're hiding. What do you do?
Do I have... Could I argue that I would have, like, something on me that I could, like, toss?
It depends on what you want to. What do you want to say that you have on you?
Uh... Could I pull, like a metal keychain off my keys?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll say that.
Chuck it.
I'll say that doing this distraction is gonna be taking the risk. Because it either works and it diverts where they're looking, giving you a chance to either act or get back to your friends, or they are going to be able to notice where you are. And even if they can't see the exact place that you are, well, the funny thing about guns is you can kind of just point in general directions sometimes. Alright. Now, I will say, if you want to make extra sure, you could try to first change the game to get some juice and use that to burn another power tag. If you do that, you can guarantee a success at the cost of losing access to that tag for the time being. But you also then lose access to that tag for the time being.
So right now they're like walking closer to me.
Yes, so like I imagine this as you explored around the top floor of this apartment, of the student apartments here. Fortunately, most of the students have been out. It's like a school holiday, so most of them, they aren't on campus housing, so to speak. That's my excuse, because I don't want to deal with giving you guys a bunch of casualties for your actions quite yet. So it's like there's a little alcove. It's one of those staircases where there's like a little section just beneath the staircase that you could kind of circle around to hide behind and under. And they are coming down the hallway. It's in sort of a recess of the floor, so they can't immediately see you from where they are. But there is like plenty of doorways and plenty of hallways that intersect here still. This is like a central staircase area that you're at.
Can I just try to quickly make it back to the others?
Sure. That would be a face danger roll.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm going to say, based off of the powers or the power tags and abilities that these things or that these guys have. Okay. That is going to be gunshot wound, which is a tier 3 status.
Okay.
So you want to roll plus your power, and on a 10 plus, you fend off the effects and take no status on at all. On a 7 to 9, you take the status but with -1 tier. On a miss, you take the full status.
Right.
Unfortunately, all y'all have a certain level of built-in threshold for the wound, which I believe is... You think I would remember things like how people get hurt when it comes time to apply to the characters. But you would think too much of me. Tisk tisk. Alright, well, I can't seem to find it right now. So, I'm going to say that regardless, 3 or 2 as a status level would not be enough to outright kill you by any stretch yet.
Your bird was a yet.
Oh, okay. Right, it's... I found it. It would be a level 5 status would be enough to take you out of a scene. And a level 6 status would be it's just up to the MC what happens at that point.
Okay. So what would my modifier be for this roll?
It would be plus your power tags that you're using, so
Okay.
let's see. Oh yeah, so and keep in mind also I think that you can use power tags from different themes too, as long as they apply.
Yeah. Could I use jogging?
Yes, I would say jogging would be good to use, so that's +1 so far. Any other tags you want to try to use?
I mean, I'm already using difficult to look at. If
Okay, so that's +2.
and I think that's the best I got.
Okay. All right, so roll 2d6 +2, and is this are you trying here to do the avoid the face danger roll or the take the risk roll?
Face danger was going back to the
Yes,
team, right?
face danger would be you are trying to just run fast enough and hope that the visual blur is enough that you're able to get back at least relatively safely.
Yeah, that one.
Alright, go for it then. Give Hemlock your strength again, chat. They need it for this one, or they will be shot.
Okay. That is 7 plus 2.
Okay, so 9 total?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take off sprinting. You developed this cardio endurance in much happier and simpler times, just taking your dog out for runs, but now it's taken on a bit of a tinge of panic that your life is on the line. You are hard to look at for the two gunmen trying to draw a bead on you, but pistols can shoot pretty quickly, and only one bullet needs to be able to hit you, which it does unfortunately do. You have a gunshot wound as a level 2 status. You're able to get back upstairs to your friends, though.
Okay.
And, see, what would be an interesting place to have this gunshot? You know what? Victim's choice. Where do you want to be shot? Like, if we want to go full Hollywood, then obviously it's gotta be like a shoulder shot, but anywhere's fine.
A 2 is probably like not life-threatening, but like, haha, wow, this fucking sucks, right?
Yeah. I'll say that in comparison, the close range option that they would have had gives you a status of the close range option would have been broken arm as a tier 3 status. So broken bone is like roughly tier 3. So it's a not insignificant flesh wound, but it still mostly just hit flesh.
Yeah, so like in the arm,
Alright,
probably.
so, Skylar, Natalie, your friend Park comes sprinting back from their cautious search through the rest of the apartment. There is a thin but distinct stream of blood trickling down their arm, and you can hear the sound of 2 sets of footsteps pounding up the stairs after them. What do you do?
Hmm.
How did that get out?
We've got a wounded. Should we stand our ground or try to run?
I will say that because I made your status apply to the collective, you could potentially, if you roll well enough, dispatch both of these guys without getting harmed yourselves. Keep in mind that you have that phantom level 3 status of misfortunate that you applied, that if you could hit them with one physical status, would basically push them over the edge however you want them.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Also, hey Scarf, welcome to chat.
Okay,
So-
I say we use the fact that they're probably currently chasing Parker to set up a really quick ambush by staying out of line of sight.
Alright, that's doable. Yeah. Oh, hey Sophie. Welcome. Alright, let's see what I can do for that. Let's see.
I was gonna say I could lay traps.
That's true. I remember several kinds of powers that can do just that.
Depends on how much we want to hurt these people. They did shoot. It
That's
hurt
true.
one of my teammates, so I'm less inclined to only knock them out.
Alright.
They
I
could
mean, if you
accidentally
want to
go into
kill,
a shroud
I'm
of
not gonna
darkness.
stop you.
They could accidentally get into a shroud of darkness and become consumed.
I mean, we are kind of anti-heroes here. Blood for blood would be warranted.
Alright. However you want to do it.
Give me a second. I'm willing to look up if I can use that or if that was one of the homebrew versions of the game. Do you have any other ideas? Um,
Also, of course, Parker, you're more than welcome to also try to suggest any courses of action. Oh, also, since this would have happened as well, let me do a quick one of... There we go. These sound effects are fun. And
apparently, according to the game, Bees has 3 upgrade pads.
wow, I didn't realize there was a skill tree for bees. I love that.
Can
I forgot.
I check one of the unconscious men for a weapon?
Sure. E- Give me a change the game roll.
Probably should have done this before I got shot, but you know.
You know, it happens.
That is a 9.
Okay. On a 9, you get a juice, which I'm going to say you can create the story tag of what would be a good way to do this? You find you gain the power tag unregistered firearm, unregistered pistol.
Okay.
It may end up becoming a shoddily made, or broken, or lost, or stolen, or confiscated pistol, but for now, you have pistol. This is a power tag that you can use, at the very least, while it has ammo.
Okay.
Alright, so, Natalie or Skylar, would either of you like to take an action as they're coming up the stairs before they fully get up here?
Hmm. Hmm. I was gonna say, what if I was to prepare on the doorway so before they could get to us on the way through,
Mm-hmm.
a little trap? If I'm wanting to keep completely canon, I only have 2 options.
Mm-hmm.
I could do a cyclone trap, which would 100% cause them to become very much sleepy time.
That's true.
Would I be able to do that?
Yeah. I would say this is also probably this is a change the game rule, I think, because you're oh wait, no, uh okay, I'm gonna say because you have this moment to prepare, you know exactly where they're coming from. This is a hit with all you got. So roll plus power.
I don't think I have anything that'll help me in this.
Oh, you've got your plasmid, right?
Kind of, but none of those abilities have a boost.
Hmm.
Because technically, the only way to get a boost is bees. Or if I found something to summon it.
Um.
Because I can find supplies and make it a little bit stronger.
Hmm.
And summoning wind isn't biological.
True.
Unless I could do like complete confidence that I know for a fact it'll like work, but that would be a very large stretch.
Hmm. All right. Um. Hmm.
I know that I'm not helping myself. I should be trying to like use this to help myself. I'm just trying to find a legitimate way of doing it.
Hmm. Natalie, Park, do either of you have any suggestions?
Hmm. Let's say go for what you're feeling.
I could do it since it's like very much on the spot and very quick. I could do the getting my job done for my routine.
Yeah. I think you could do that. Yeah, like if you want to frame this scene as like this is this is something that is becoming this is something that your reaction to seeing Park wounded like this, that triggers like the same sort of maternal instinct that you have basically made your daily routine for years now. Yeah, I think that works.
Now I have +1.
All
I
right.
just need good luck. We need the good luck for this roll.
Give energy.
The energy was not very strong.
Oh no.
I
What
got a
was it?
9. Got a
Okay.
9.
A 9 isn't bad. So
So
on
that's
a 7
technically a
to
10, I
9,
think, right?
on a
9
7 to
plus 1.
9, choose one of the following effects.
I think it's a 10, right? Because 9 plus 1 is
Oh,
10. Yeah,
oh yeah,
10.
yeah, yeah. It's a 10 then?
I think, yeah. I was
Okay.
meaning I rolled a 9.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's fine then. On a 10 plus, you get to choose two of the following options. Uh, so, option one, you take cover or secure a superior position. If you don't choose this, they can impose a status on you, which would probably be like gunshot. Uh, Option two, you get them good or get many of them, which increases the level of effectiveness. 3 is you control the collateral damage. 4 is you hold the target's attention if possible. And 5 would be you gain the upper hand, take 1 juice.
Hmm. I don't know what that would be if I was to like specifically make sure that as they would get partially down the stairs, they get cycloned. Would it not like disturb anybody? Like they just get knocked through the cyclone and it wouldn't like break the whole freaking like hallway?
I would say that would be control collateral damage, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I would need to do the upper hand to get to knock them out, right?
Uh, Getting the upper hand would basically mean that you can do all this before they even have a chance to nail you with gunfire. But yes,
I should probably do that.
yeah, you would be able to do that and still get the effectiveness here.
You
Uh,
get in. That sounds pretty good. Pretty good. I
All
prefer not
right.
to get shot. I don't know if my suit
Well,
technically
I
protects
mean,
against.
it could certainly be pretty good at
Bullets?
that. One of the tags is impregnable armor.
Yes. But do we know what type of bullets they're using?
I don't know. I mean, I guess they could have like homemade shock rounds, I guess.
That would
Uh,
be completely rude.
that would be. But we don't necessarily need to worry about that because uh, as Natalie is mentally preparing and as Park is rifling through these unconscious men's belongings to distract themselves from the growing pain in their arm. Uh, there's just a flare of maternal concern that Skylar feels towards her friend in this moment, and her attention snaps to the stairwell. And what does it look like when you create these traps?
Hmm. A cool wisp of like wind just gets summoned.
Hmm.
But they look like but they kind of look invisible. But like your eyes can kind of see like a small spot of like wind circling.
Hmm.
But you gotta like pay attention and notice it.
Hmm. So less of the Gaussian blur that comes with Park's powers, more of a motion blur, kind of twisting and turning in this spot at the
Yes.
stairs. And then
Yes.
as the thugs round the stairs to come up the final steps, they step right into the trap, and they are flung back down the stairs. And do you want this? How lethal or non-lethal would you like this to be? Because it's basically at your discretion.
How about they don't die?
Okay,
But they definitely gonna be in a hospital for a little bit.
that's fair. That's fair. So they are knocked unconscious. They probably got some forms of concussions or some broken bones from the fall. They were basically tossed down a story worth of stairs. But you have successfully dispatched the last of Little Par's thugs. As you get a get a hold of yourself, as you're starting to come down from the high of the adrenaline, when it feels like there's no longer any immediate danger, there is a message that you hear. You hear the vibration of a phone in one of the freshly unconscious thug's pockets.
I would like to snoop.
Alright. You pop it on you pop it open, and you can see that uh, although you aren't able to immediately access the phone itself, it's got one of those, smartphone security and what do they call them? The biometrics and stuff. But you see a message. It's helpfully from an address, a contact called Boss. And it simply says, "Where are you? What's taking so long? What do you do?"
Can we reply? If I can't unlock the phone.
Yes, I will say, if you can unlock the phone one way or the other, I'll say that it is a number pad sort of key, and the phone also has biometrics. How would you like to try?
I mean, first of all, I can just take this unconscious man's thumb and put it on the screen.
That does it. It wasn't a very high challenge. You now have access to the phone of. Let me randomly roll a name to just make it a little more uncomfortable.
Can you tell me what he has for a phone background?
Well, let's see. That's a little on the nose, alright? This is the phone you scroll through, you find of Dmitry Maximov. His phone background, God, what a man like Dmitry Maximov, what does he have as a phone background? I'm going to say that it is. I'm going to combine a couple of tropes here. Uh, It is a woman dressed in a bathing suit. She is holding up on a fishing line a sea bass.
Fuck. Alright,
That's just his phone background. I don't know what to tell you.
Can I really quickly scroll up through the conversation and see if he like received his orders for this via text?
Scrolling back up, you can see that there is like the messages don't go super far back. This is probably an operation where they're at least kind of cognizant enough to delete old messages. But you do see a relatively recent one saying that we know that he's somewhere in the neighborhood. Check his apartment. Check the families. I don't care where you have to check. Just find the bastard and bring him to me.
Okay. I'm gonna look to the other two and go. It looks like they were trying to get someone. Should I, like, respond?
Do you feel confident in your portrayal of a personage as rich as Dmitri Maximov?
I mean, like a simple, like, heading back. Got the guy. I don't know.
No? I'll leave it up to y'all. I will say though, it is now 11:11. Ah, make a wish. So that is past the normally scheduled stopping time. So
This would be definitely a cool cliffhanger.
I think so too. This feels like a good stopping point. So
Excellent.
before we sign out all together, two more things that we quickly need to go through. And again, if this is now the end of the episode. We're leaving off on that cliffhanger, and we also hold on. Let me just transition us from the show's theme to the theme of where we are right now. There we go. So this is the theater soundtrack and ambient noise. So we're now back on stage. Thank you, audience. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be taking questions in just a little bit, doing the promos and all. But first, I'm here with the cast of The Right People. Wonderful performance, y'all, tonight. Can we get a round of applause for these three? Great stuff. Great stuff. So I just have a few quick questions. If you feel up to them, if you feel like there's a solid answer for them, go ahead and answer them. If you don't, that's fine too. If you have your player questionnaire, or not player questionnaire, your player moves listing, we're on the Geek Out During the Credits little box on the second page. So there are 3 questions. You can opt, if you want, to answer one or more. If you don't want to, you don't have to. If you don't think that there is an answer we came to this session, that's fine. But the 3 questions, for the sake of the audience just knowing them, are: how has the crew grown this session? Which character had the most meaningful interaction with your character this session? And which of your themes is under the most strain? If it collapses, what new aspect will show up in its place? So, are there any questions of those 3 that any of you 3 would like to answer? And again, if not, that's okay.
Well, I mean, I've got an easy answer to number 2. Skylar threw a man down the stairs for me.
Alright. I would say add 1 help point to your relationship tracker with Skylar. Just as a reminder, you can use the help points and the hurt points to either boost or reduce another player's roll. Anyone else have any questions they want to answer? Or feel they can answer?
I'd say I think we're growing a bit in our sort of ability to
Yes?
use our powers in ways that make other team members' jobs easier. That makes sense.
I think it does.
Like, I think we're still not, like, exactly on the same page all the time, but we're sort of getting a little bit closer over time.
Alright. So, I don't believe we burnt any power tags for the crew identity, so we can mark attention on the crew theme. Means just 2 more of those, and y'all can have a collective power up there. Alright. And Skylar, would you like to answer a question? And again, no is a totally acceptable answer.
Repeat.
The questions are: how has the crew grown this session? Which character had the most meaningful interaction with your character? And which of your themes is under the most strain?
Anything I can come up with was already said.
Alright.
I did throw somebody down a flight of stairs. Apparently 2 people.
Yeah, I would say that you could probably mark a help point as well, because you've kind of now you've had a gut reaction to seeing Park hurt in this instance in a way that feels similar to how you feel when you react to a threat to Akari. It's up to you as a player and as your character to decide if you want to try to see where that kind of connection goes, or if you want to just sort of let it be or let it fade. But I'd say you could definitely mark a help point for that too. All right. So with those questions answered, we're pretty much done for the night. So first off, I want to make sure I give my lovely, lovely panel of players slash actors here a chance to do some plugs. So let's start at the far end down there with you, Skylar.
sorry. I just phased my own brain cells out.
Oh, we're just doing plugs now. So, is there anything you want to plug?
That I can think of. I might actually stream this weekend.
Ooh, that's
It's pretty late
exciting.
for me to actually stream anymore because of school.
No, that's understandable though. You've got a pretty busy life right now.
I've had to cancel like 2 of my streams already because of
Hmm.
classes. The other day I spent like 14 hours total on
Hmm.
just one chapter
Hmm.
because for some dumb reason these chapters are, I mean, it is a 300 level class, so it's the 3rd level
Mm-hmm.
on this. Yeah. But I
Hmm.
wasn't expecting it to take this long. We had to read 463 pages for one chapter
Uh,
just to do this one part.
uh, I don't miss being in college in many ways. I
If
kind
it
of do
makes
miss being
and
in
it makes
college,
me
but
feel
not
better
for that.
knowing that I got a pretty decent grade on that exam,
That's
considering I
pretty
haven't even
pog.
taken the level 100 version of the class or 200. I went from no knowledge to a 300 level class.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. I think so. But I will. I'll look forwards to, if not actually streaming, at the very least, being able to just vibe with you more. Hmm.
Yes, I hope I can actually do something.
Hmm. Well, we all got our fingers crossed. Noemi, anything you want to plug?
Hi. So, I'm Noemi. I stream as NB Noemi, and this month I'm actually doing a little charity campaign that I call Kingdom Hearts, but for the gays. And so I've been playing through the Kingdom Hearts game releases for PC, and just today, actually, I completed the first Kingdom Hearts game. So next week,
Nice.
we'll be moving on to Chain of Memories, but before that, I am for a little mini celebration of reaching 100 Twitch followers. I'm going to be doing a bit of reading of a Kingdom Hearts fan fiction called Those Lacking Spines.
Oh,
So that'll be fun.
can you give us, obviously, don't spoil everything, but can you give us a little teaser synopsis of what that's about?
Um, it's sort of a very meta style fan fiction. Is sort of starts as a more simple parody, and then it sort of blossoms way beyond that.
Hmm, I see. Are there any particular ships or uh, tags that we should look forwards to for that?
Hmm.
And it's been years since I've actively read much in the way of fan fiction, so I I don't know what y'all in your uh owls call things nowadays. I think I pronounced that right. Archive of Our Own. Owl?
Hmm. Yeah, I think it's just really classified as a humor slash parody work.
Well, I can always vibe with those. All right. That sounds pretty cool. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Sorry, I've been tuning in as best I can to the charity streams, but I've been kind of busy. So chat, help me pick up for my own slack in being able to be active members of Noemi's streams. All right. So, Hemlock?
Hello. Actually, tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST, noon PST, our friend Venti is having a donathon, and I'm helping out, and it is to help cover some of the medical costs of their mom's partner's cancer treatment. Her budget was already pretty tight, and now her partner's dying, and so Venti was originally going to have a funeral, a fake funeral for 200 Twitch followers, and we very quickly swapped it to Donathon in an attempt to help out. And anybody hanging out and bringing good vibes would be very much appreciated, even if you can't donate anything.
All right. Well, thanks for letting us know. And if you're watching this, you already found me. Hello, I'm B. This is me stream. Yeah, I do a whole bunch of streams like this. I put my schedules out on Twitter. Stream for tomorrow. I'm probably not going to be super active, but I'll be trying to do something light and creative. I'm going to be helping out Raven GM. She is organizing homebrew races for her D&D game, and not to spoil anything, but I'll probably then be throwing the raid over to Venti, since it sounds like that's it's a pretty immediate way I might be able to help. But yeah, that's it from me. So I like to try and give it up to my players. If is there any streamer that any of y'all would like us to raid?
Everyone I was looking into ended like 20 minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, if nobody else has suggestions, I do see that the last seahorse and old lady Katie are on.
All right. Let's see. Well, other suggestions going once, twice, 3 times a lady. All right. Who do you want to raid tonight then, Noemi?
How about seahorse, the last seahorse?
Okay. All right. So, if you are subscribed here and would like to use a raid message, it's no pressure, because if you want to do something different, I'm not the boss of you. Sometimes I'm not even the boss of me. So I am getting better about that. Let's see. I remember this was something similar to the last time we raided from one of these, so this will be the raid. Oh, no, fuck off, Cortana. I don't give a shit about you. So if you would like to share the raid message I'll be using, that'll be it. So let me set up the raid now. The last seahorse. Does that sound like like a childhood animated movie to anyone else.
Yeah.
Like The Last Unicorn, The Last Seahorse. It feels like there's something there.
Goodbye.
Hey, 11 whole people. That's pretty good. All right. So, once again, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of
Thank you for
course.
hosting.
Well, thank you for coming. I really appreciate, especially all of my wonderful co-player players and like co-hosts too in a way. So thank you to all the players. I know we've had like 3 whole sessions. This is really, oh, I'm getting the vapors just thinking about it. So thank you to my wonderful players. Thank you to my wonderful chat. Here's a little thank you kiss. Mwah. And now, let's go say hi to the last seahorse. Want to make sure that I can get in on the stream. Oh, okay. Don't care about that ad. Let's raid.
Oh, I had a friend literally link me this person because of how cool their tracking setup was.
Hmm.
Alright, I'm gonna go pass the fuck out. Good night. Thank you for good
Yep.
game.
Well,
Going
thank you
to
for
go,
playing.
Gonna go hit